We're live. All right. Not the two-player queue. That's dumb. There we go. Okay. Time to wait for people to arrive. And in the meantime, you can look at this here list. For those watching on the VODs, I'll give a very quick explanation of the changes from the list that I was playing last week. Only three cards have changed. In the place of 2 Spirit of the Labyrinth, I am playing 2 Extraction Specialist. This is something that Jason Murray, Luinil, has been testing in his builds of the Splash list that are trying a few different cards. I had tried Extraction Specialist before and wasn't super impressed by it, but figured I'd... the more that I think about that card in this Splash list, in this meta, where a lot more of your cards are just like dying to damage because of Bowmasters, and a lot fewer of them are dying to like Swords of the Plowshares. This card's just online a lot more than it used to be, I think. The lifelink also being a 3/2, so it doesn't die to other Bowmasters, and also having a lifelink means that like you can race against the Delver decks a little bit better, and it's also pretty good at blocking Bowmasters itself. And Bowmaster itself is also a good card to bring back with Specialist. So I think there's a lot of things kind of at once pointing towards this card being pretty good. So I'm going to give it a shot. I didn't include all of his changes. He's playing a few other cards that I'm not, but that is okay. And then the only other change is I cut the Plague Engineer from the sideboard because I found myself just not really boarding it in very much. And in the matchups that I was boarding it in, it was very marginal. It's like, technically it trades with a construct. If I name it on humans against Delver, then like DRCs and Delvers die pretty easily. But like, I don't find those to be super compelling reasons to play the card, so I decided to just play Battle of Bywater instead, because this card I think is great against Delver. So it's also good against other decks. Like, there has not been very much 8-cast, notably. I think that was the other matchup where this card I think really shines. But it is quite good against Initiative as well, so I am excited to try to cast this card because I haven't gotten to yet. And those are the only changes from the list of last week. Used to be 2 Spirit of Labyrinth, 1 Plague Engineer over those cards I just talked about. Just going to wait a little bit longer for people to arrive, and then we will hop into the league and see how these cards are doing. You're going to see my head really close up right now. Oh, I gotta get the tweet out there. That's what I forgot to do. Had it written up, just had to press the enter button. Do. There we go. Tweet is out there. People know I'm live. Looks like we have like 2 more minutes and then we'll hop into the league. And the bar down there, last week I mentioned that I put the notice that my internet might cut out. If I disconnect, I will be back. That is unfortunately still true. My internet has not been fixed yet, so hopefully it will not be as bad as it was last week, but we'll see. Crossing my fingers. in and Esta Economica. Yeah. So now that a couple of people have arrived, I'll explain the changes from the list that I was playing last week. Um, over two of the Spirit of Labyrinth in the main deck, I'm playing these two Extraction Specialists. It's a card I tried out once before, like a long time ago. I wasn't super impressed by it then. I think the main reasons were um, it doesn't feel great to bring back cards that just have static abilities, I think, because a lot of times when the Spirit or the Thalia had been removed, they cast the card immediately after that mattered, and then after that it's just like the Thalia or Spirit being in play just isn't super impactful. Also, they died to Swords to Plowshares a lot, and unfortunately, you can't really bring back a card that gets exiled. Jason Murray, Lewinell has been playing a bit with this card. He liked it before when I didn't, and I think that's probably why he was sticking with it. But I think there's actually a lot of logic that this card is better now than it used to be. There's a couple different reasons. First of all, it's an X2, so it doesn't die to Bowmaster itself. Your X1s are dying to Bowmaster, or dying to non-exile removal a lot more because of Bowmaster. And Bowmaster in our deck is also another good card to bring back with it. Having a lifelink and being a 3/2 also means it like blocks and can attack into Bowmasters reasonably well too. I don't think Extraction Specialist needs Ephemerate at all, really. I think you can't attack or block with this card text doesn't really matter. And yeah, I don't think those two cards really have to be tied together for any reason, really. I think Ephemerate probably is better when you have a Specialist in the deck in certain ways, but I don't think you have to bring in the two together by any means. Oh, and the only other change to the deck is in the sideboard. I cut the Plague Engineer because I just found myself that I never really liked any of the matchups that I was boarding it in. And most of the matchups that I think it would be particularly good in, I'm just not seeing. So I decided to cut it. And I am playing a Battle of Bywater instead. Because there's a lot of Delver, and Battle of Bywater seems pretty good against them. So. And with that, let's get into the matches. Was it? It was Thomas Endebolton that played that list. I have seen it. I think it's an interesting list. Um, I played Samwise for 2 or 3 matches, and at least in mono white, I thought he just kind of sucked. I don't think he's really playable in mono white, in my opinion, because I think the fact that you only have like 2 things you can really do with him proactively, which is Wastelands and get back a Solitude. We're gonna mulligan this hand. This person plays Sneak and Show a lot. This hand is not good against most things and very bad against Sneak and Show. This hand is pretty good though. It's clunky unfortunately, but we can live with that. I'm gonna keep. I'm bottom either Recruiter or Wisp. Yeah, Scabs is them. I didn't see the name associated with the list is the only reason. I feel like I would have noticed if it was Scabs, which is why I was surprised to hear that, but yeah. I'm gonna put back the Recruiter. What was I saying? Yeah, so I think Sam and Mono White really, really did not impress me at all. I was not a big fan. Now I have to think about what to do here. This is probably just gonna be a um, an Atraxa if I had to guess. In which case, I think I just want to Solitude and put a clock on him. Maybe that's wrong. No, that is wrong. I think I should... Interesting. I'm going to put in Skyclave in case it's a sneak attack. That's what I'm going to do. I think Sam gets better in the splash lists because you have fetch lands to get back with it. It is an Omniscience. Okay, so Wisp would have been best against that. But it only would have bought us a single turn. A second Omniscience. Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. So we're under the gun a little bit here, but let's see what we can do. Yeah, so Sam is better in the splash lists. I still don't think he really does very much at all, which is why I'm not a fan. I think, like, certainly there are things that you can do with Sam. The reason I'm not really impressed by any of them is because they are so mana intensive in a deck that is already very mana hungry. That's like my main concern every time people talk about like looping wastelands with Sam. It's like, okay, well, you have to have a Caracas to they cast a Daze. Sure, okay. You have to have a Caracas. You have to have a wasteland. You have to have Sam. You have to be able to spend 3 mana doing this over and over again, and have an opponent that's doing so little that you can afford to spend 3 mana doing that over and over again. And I just don't think that's really realistic at all. I think it, as a one of in a list, probably fine. So you can at least just get him when like you find an opportunity for him and he's not taking up a lot of space in your deck. But that's why I think like a list that has 4 Sam is very. I can't say that I'm a believer. Let's put it that way. About X2's sleeving up Phyrexian. I assume you mean Mirror and Crusader there in Sword of Fire and Ice. And as much as I would like Sword of Fire and Ice to be the answer, no, not really. It's just what am I doing here? I am recruiting for a Lauren to see if we can close this out before it's too late. Another Daze? Okay. Jeez. Yeah, no worries. I think Sword of Fire and Ice is still just super mana intensive, and getting to pump a creature after it's already in play and exposed to Bowmaster doesn't really change anything. I also think that blue and red protection just isn't super relevant anyway. So that's where I land there. I'm just gonna put Wisp in as an attacker. I'll blink Caracas just in case. Okay, that's fine. That doesn't really change anything. That might change things. Sneak attack resolves. We don't have to waste anything here. If we can draw a white source, then we win? No. But this is fine because we can just attack with everything and then bounce Grizzlebrand after it blocks. So yeah, we're good. Alright, cool. So this is unfortunately a matchup where I wish we had Containment Priest in our deck. That's a card that I cut a little bit ago because I felt like it and Opposition Agent kind of took up kind of similar rules. There are similar roles in the deck. I also can't believe they bricked for that long, but I'm also not gonna be too sad about it. Cards that I like to get rid of are Batterskull, Sash, Jite. What else? Wisp is not very good. Specialist might be kind of mid. I guess not. Specialist is actually kind of fine because it's a good curve. Like when we cast a Thalia, like Thalia Spirit Bowmasters. If it like get countered, then we can just like curve out with Specialist right after that. And then I'll cut Dragon because it's slow. And then one more land, probably just an Arid Mesa. I guess the Igonja doesn't really do anything, so I'll cut that actually. Maybe I want Opposition Agent. Oh, I actually have to cut one more card. And one more card even if we don't board in the Opposition Agent. Probably cut a Skyclave. I don't think I want Opposition Agent just for fetches. If they show us Intuition, then I think I'll go for it. But since they didn't show us any that kind of package, I think I'd rather not have it in my deck. So. Not really a fan of this hand, I don't think. No, we can do better. This is better. Let's keep bottom the mom, I think. Yeah. Seems good to me. Maybe we'll be able to Thoughtseize something particularly good and then surgical it. That would be cool. I won't count on it, but it would be cool. Mm-hmm. Force. Pitch Drifter on the Thoughtseize. Alright, I'll take it. Not the best draws, unfortunately. smells a bit like a show and tell for Atraxa, if I had to guess. Yeah. I'm just going to put a land into play here. That's on missions. Okay. What do you got? Brainstorm. That's fine. Oliphant. Whoa. Okay, I can beat that though. Not with this hand, but I can beat it. That's kind of funny. Not okay. These cards are not in the right direction, but we've still got some room to play with. I think we can. Yeah, we can, because we can cast it next turn. Lotus Pedaling the Caracas if we have to. It looks like we do have to, but at least we have another Caracas. Do we Surgical Force just to make sure that they don't have a force in their hands? Or do we just decide to lose to it? They do have days also. Oh, that's true, yeah. This would be their first fresh draw, so that's a good point. Yep, let's do it. They did have a force, so... we almost certainly should have. I was not thinking far enough ahead, but that would have been smart. Deal. So that's how it's going to be, deck. I'm going to keep this vial on 3 for a bit. That's something. Drifter is a 2/4, yeah. Skyclave is mostly being saved for sneak attack, and that's basically it. But I guess the sneak attack doesn't really matter with the Omniscience in play anyway, so I should just put it in as an attacker. Like, it doesn't not matter, but yeah, I think we should just make sure that we're actually killing them. Jeez, deck. Okay. I guess if they are going to brick, I'm going to brick too. Okay. Yeah, now it's over. Yeah, okay. Just nothing. I think every draw step that game was a land. A land or a vial. I think it was vial early. I think we are changing nothing and going into the next game. Yeah, we did side out a land. Side out a land and a half a land. Nice try, Trilith. I like this hand quite a bit. I think the main thing it's missing is like an answer to a creature that gets into play. That's the main thing it's missing, but it has. They keep specifically show and telling for Omniscience, so having the Lauren in my hand is really, really good. And Recruiter for a Solitude, if we get that far, can help with a creature. I do still, unfortunately. Yeah, they've been weird today in particular, so we'll see how we do. I'm hoping that it behaves, but we will have to see. Force pitching Atraxa. Okay. They could have moon effects. That is a fair point. I feel like I haven't seen them out of Sneak and Show in so long that I assume they don't, but maybe that's not a safe assumption to be making right now. Let's see if this Extraction Specialist resolves, because I think it would be pretty swell if it did. Cool. Yeah, I definitely don't need black, and for that reason, I think it is probably just like needlessly risky to get double scrub instead of just scrub planes. Fury is a bummer here, but at least we only really spent one card to do that. Let's make sure this Swords resolves first, so we don't expose that to a daze. Cool. Cauldron it is. All right, Drifter, how's it going? I'm seeing Mom as the pitch, yeah. If we get to that point, at least. Well, I guess not anymore. Can we afford to let them untap with this? I have yet to see Vesuvian Drifter turn into anything, so I'm not sure. But maybe I should just... It's feeling a little bit like I should just Solitude to be safe. Interesting. I guess we have opposite experiences. But I think I'm going to play it safe here. I feel like it would... It's in their deck for a reason. I should assume that, like, it does kill reasonably often. Even if I have been pretty fortunate so far. Okay, cool. Lotus Petal is cast, and we're getting Snuck. Well, damn it. And the scariest one. They've used 2 petals so far, but they also haven't played a land yet, so this is not looking very good. Yeah, bummer. Okay. And that's that. Probably not much to do there, unfortunately. Um, Let me think. I recognize this name from last week, although I don't know what they were playing. This hand is not keepable, though, so that's easy. This hand is also not keepable for the exact same reasons. We could have held Solitude in hands, but when they draw 14, I think it's pretty unlikely that they don't find another force for it anyway. Alright, here we go. I think I'm going to put back Specialist Wastelands? Something like that. Yeah, let's give this a shot. Very weak to a Wasteland with this hand, but... yeah, I guess it could be Plow also. Let's... yeah, we're gonna go for it. The reason I like this play is that even if they daze, then we just get to Bowmaster it also, so... oh, no, they don't, because they surveil the creature. I didn't notice that, so never mind. I'm just being bad. I am just being bad. Although I got that Iganjo's pretty good too, so... yeah, so I was explaining a bit at the beginning of the stream. The changes I made to the list are I cut 2 Spirit of the Labyrinth for 2 Extraction Specialists. There's kind of like a bunch of different reasons there. Fewer X1s means we're not as weak to Bowmaster. We don't need Spirits as much because we have Bowmasters in the deck. Extraction Specialist being an X2 means that it is less weak to Bowmasters. Having Bowmasters in our deck means that it is more likely to... you're more likely to bring something back that can impact the board immediately. Well, okay, hold up. Let me finish this explanation before I get back to the game. And there's one more reason. Can't remember. Anyway, yeah, so we're good here though. So because we can attack. Let's see if they block. It does work. I think I like doing this and then Bowmastering the DRC on this turn. Because it's not impossible, but like very unlikely that they can get Delirium again. Ooh. Obviously, it might not resolve, and that's the risk here. Oh, a double, another Caracas. This has been such a weird mull to 5. Is it worth playing around the second days? Probably not, right? Because if this gets countered, we just need to make sure that we can cast the Recruiter next turn. Yeah, I think I agree with that. But since we have the Recruiter, I'll do this. Ugh. Knowing that it was second days and not like force. But I'm gonna hold this back as a blocker. Yeah, no, I think I agree. Ugh. Force revealed. Stop countering my spells. It's very mean. I think I want to... It's getting countered either way. I feel like using my mana on the swords here is better than using it on the Recruiter. Because we can wait to see if we draw another lands. Yeah. I'm going to cast swords in their upkeep. Pitches Ponder. Okay. Hey, Sleepy. How's it going? They keep the card on top. Could be a Murktide now. Yep, Murktide. Let's draw a white card, I guess. That works. We are alive, just barely. But we do still really need to find an answer for this Delver. Bauble, land, instant. Jeez. Please don't turn DRC on right away. Okay, phew. Alright, Sword Splashers, please. That is not Swords of the Plowshares, but maybe we'll be okay. This at least opens up Solitude as a draw. And we're dead. Alright, cool. Well, for a mull to 5, it was pretty close. Thankfully, we have some pretty good cards to board in, and some pretty mid ones to take out. And there we go. There's no such thing as a small Yorion. It's only big. But that can't happen. Well, I mean, it literally can happen, but don't think that happens very often. Let's put it that way. Certainly not going to happen in this match. That's a better answer. I, in fact, cannot read. I like this hand quite a bit. Force pitches Daze. I can certainly live with that. Do they? I feel like, to a certain extent, I feel like the value of Plague Engineer goes down in a world where everyone has Bowmasters. Do I want to Stoneforge or hold a Bowmaster here? Oh, that's true, actually, yeah. I guess Plague Engineer is good against Bowmasters, even if Bowmaster can theoretically reduce the need for a card like Plague Engineer, yeah. So never mind. Doesn't matter, I'm getting stifled. Yeah, you're right. I think after Force Pitch Days, I'm going to try to get this Stoneforge into play. Although, I guess the other option is just get a Swamp and pass. Yeah, I actually don't hate that. I'll just pass. Oh man, that's pretty gross, but I love it. I was playing some games with a friend earlier today. Just like it was like birding them. And it was like crazy how much like in this matchup in particular, it was just like pass with 2 mana up, pass with 2 mana up, pass with 2 mana up, and the game just like slowed down so much, and it was honestly really cool. Yeah, I'm not going to cast it here, so I will just untap. So now we can just cast Stoneforge through Daze. Leave down Bowmaster, which I think is probably fine. It sounds like Bowmaster's not going to have plenty of value later. Oh yeah, I should have fetched first. I guess actually no, sorry. I was actually already thinking about that. The reason I didn't is that like I feel like if they go for that, it's actively better for me. Like I'd rather them waste get basically use their wasteland and go down a land drop for countering my Stoneforge. I feel like I would be pretty quite happy with that exchange. Is it better than my Stoneforge resolving? I don't know, but it seems kind of close, honestly. With how slow things are going and how likely they are to have just a bolt here, I think I'm going to get Sash. I like Sash. Let's go for it. Yeah, I don't like Batterskull with no more lands in my hands. I think if I had one more, then I would probably be more interested in Skull, but oh, am I getting stifled now? No, I'm not. Okay. So what was that for? I guess they were trying to catch me sleeping. I guess to be fair, someone did do that to me last week, so I can't scoff at that too much, but oh, feeling for Angler. I guess if they want to do that, then targeting my fetch is better than just targeting their own wasteland. Yeah, I guess I see that. Dismember. Sure. I do not need that in play at all. Nice. So now I can... So if I just cast Sash, eat two things, they need a fetch, basically. A fetch or a waste, I guess, to cast Angler. And even if they do, then a Sash can just get bigger than it. So I think I'm pretty happy with that. Yeah, they 100% are casting Angler and they didn't realize they were short. It's just that I think they're going to cast it next turn anyway, so it's not going to matter a ton. But I think I like going for Sash here. All right, cool. Yeah, honestly, I get not really caring about Angler, which is why I'm not totally sold on this line. But there's a sense to which I think I take a lot of value in expending a card like this to deal with a card like Angler, I guess. Dreadvor. Whoa. Okay. Interesting. And the F6, so I will recruit for Stoneforge. I think that was what I was doing anyway, but... And now this is going to get a Batterskull. Okay. It's 3 creatures. Yep, okay. So, what do I want to do here? I think I want to... They only have 1 card in hand, so all of this is resolving, basically, until we get down to Daze range. I think I like Bowmaster killing the Delver. Swords, the Gurmag, hold up Batterskull. I guess we can actually Bowmaster the DRC instead. The Delver might flip. The DRC is almost certainly not, but we could Waste Red. Did they not show us Volcanic Islands before? Or am I making that up? Let me check the game log real quick. I vaguely remember them getting a Volcanic Islands, but according to the game log, I am totally making it up. So yeah, we don't know what the last card in hand is. If we don't, we Western Stop, but yeah. I'm going to start with this, because I think I'm almost certainly doing this. Do that, just put Batterskull into play. Yep. And I'll attack here. Nice. Okay. And the scoop. All right, cool. Yeah, nothing changes. Gurmag in their deck makes me wish that I had a Rest in Peace in my board, but it is hard to fit in the Black Splash, so I kind of want to find room for it. I think if I was trying to play a Rip, I'd probably cut the Pithing Needle, but Columbo voice, just one more thing? That's really good. Yeah, no, child, that's not happening. I'm sorry. I appreciate your dedication, but also no, it's not happening. Let's be real. Alright. I'll reveal this Yorion I did not board in. And this hand's alright. The man is like a little bit awkward, but 2 swords is hard to argue with. Mm-hmm. I like having the planes. Yeah, I'm going to be playing into Daze at some point, so. Force Pitch Murktide. Deal. Big deal. Yeah, apparently post board. Yeah, I don't know. Aether Vial, huh? If they already used a force to keep this DRC in play, then this can't be good for them. They already showed me they don't have days, actually, so I can just cast this. I guess they could have drawn it this turn after surveilling. They kept it on top, so I guess it could have been a daze, but it wasn't. So here we are. Yeah. It's illegal to play Vial around days. I think I've done it like twice ever. That's a fair point. Doesn't happen very often. Skyclave is a pretty good draw, and I am pretty happy to play Thalia with Karakas to protect it from a Bowmaster. Though it is worth noting, I'm trying to remember if we've even seen a Bowmaster yet. True name. Nice. Do I play Scared and cast this Judgment around a Daze? I think the answer is no. Because they still would have had to draw it the last 2 turns. They did Ponder once. Yeah, I actually probably should have bounced Thalia, so I didn't have to even think about this. Because they can cast Force here, but anyway, so I should have bounced this so I could play around Daze. Because then I could also just Vial it in anyway. They are probably pondering into better cards than Daze, especially once the Vial is out. Let me double check the... they did not shuffle off their Ponder. I think they don't have it. I think we're just doing this. Yeah, cool. They were F6'd. Black mana. Here's a Bowmaster. Okay. And that's why you're smarter than me, Lunel. I'm just going to play Plains, put Yorion in my hands, and probably Skyclave Delver after its trigger. Yep, cool. Surgical has been cited. Swords to Plowshares has been surgical extracted. Yeah, I could have eaten a 1-1 actually, since I don't think that, yeah. Yeah, I think I didn't because it's bad the second Bowmaster, but I also am not sure the second Bowmaster is even that big of a deal. What is this? Was this a Murktide? Yeah, it's a Murktide. Okay. It's a 7/7. That's what I recognize. I definitely recognize their name, but I couldn't remember what it was from. Thank you for reminding me. I think we want this on 3 still. Because if we draw a recruiter, we want to just recruit for Solitude and cast it now. Although maybe that's worse than just getting up to 5 since we can Yorion Fog for a while anyway. Yeah, never mind. That was dumb. Well, that's a good card to draw. Is that... That's probably better than just Yorion Fogging, right? Because this can trade. So... And they played a land, so they drew nothing. Cool. Time to get in. Deal? Yeah, sure. Okay. DRC, sure. They're 1 card type off? Yeah. Okay. It's all lands, huh? Well, I can still attack. I could also... could Yorion them now just to get the DRC out of play. So they can't surveil either. That's probably worth it, right? They have no cards in hand, so... Yeah, I feel like I'm only really losing to them, like, surveilling into a bunch of dragons, basically. So I think this is right. Getting a 1-1 out of the deal. It's, like, basically blank. The list of Rev. Don't you dare. Okay, good. It was just Mistress Bauble. We're fine. Okay, then this scoop. Okay, cool. Look, we're past the time of losing the main deck Pyroblasts, okay? Yeah, that game was something. Cheese Cows 666, huh? What a username. Oh, yeah, that seemed look good. It kind of does feel like that, huh? Oh, we Delver in again, huh? Okay. Stoneforge resolves, and they already used a bolt, which makes me kind of interested in grabbing a Batterskull here. Although I guess if it's untapping, I should just get Cauldra, but... Batterskull doesn't seem like a horrible halfway option, though. Like, it's still really good if we untap, but it's not as much of a disaster if they have a second removal spell. Yeah, I'll do that. Thanks, I appreciate the confidence. But I only want to draw it if the Stoneforge lives. Let's be clear. Let's be clear, deck. Alright, cool. We're untapping. And we get to cast a Mom. So that's pretty swell. I guess I could just Bowmaster this. I just don't want them to draw into a removal spell after this. But maybe it just doesn't matter when we have the Bowmaster in play. Although if I was doing this, I definitely should have done the Bowmaster first, because now the Bowmaster is a little bit less enticing when it's exposed to Daze. I think I'm just gonna play it slow. Put the Batterskull. See, it's fine. The Delver didn't flip anyway. And they're gonna draw a card on my turn. I could flash and Bowmaster in my upkeep. Yeah, I think me tanking there probably like tells them that I have it in play, which is why I think they made sure to dump that ponder now. Okay, now I'm less sure about that. Because this is not good into the Bowmaster that I get to cast in my upkeep. Nice. Yeah, yeah. Bobble trigger. Alright, well, that was a pretty good exchange for me, all told. Another trigger. Let's go. And here is a Murktide. Sure. Cool, yeah. So what I was thinking is if we draw a white card, we can start by... I guess actually, what are 3, 7, 8? We're attacking them for 9? How bad? A follow-up Murktide is really bad, actually. They have no spells. So part of me wants to just try Wisping the Murktide instead of committing the Solitude to it. I guess if they have a Force of Will, which is entirely possible, then it's almost better if they force the Solitude and then I Wisp it, because then they're just basically dead. But yeah, let's just Wisp. We also, I guess, aren't even in like a hurry to Solitude it because they can't attack. They lose this race by a lot. Okay, and yeah, they just scoop. Cool. Alright, board in our 3-drop removal spells, get rid of Lauren and Cauldra. There we go. Probably do Ponder, Murktide between their draw step, Ponder, draw. Yeah, okay. Yep. That all makes sense to me. Yeah, I like this hand. Double Scrub isn't like the best, but oh, and they mold to 6. No, they didn't. They have a 61 card deck. That's what it is. They didn't know the cut for surgical. Oh boy. Yeah, Vile. Let's get dazed. Nice, it didn't get dazed. We're so good at the game. Really? Just attack and nothing? Must have a Bowmaster. I think with this hand, I'm just going to pass. I could Swords the DRC, but I think I'd rather wait until I can just Violin the Bowmaster. There's a lot of mana to do nothing with, obviously, especially if they have this, which is a little annoying, but I think it's okay. And then we have the question of whether we're even viling in this Mom. I think the answer is yes, because we want to keep the Bowmaster in play, so... yeah. Oh, I guess I could have offered the trade with the Mom. That also should have... I also should have thought of that. Well, I didn't expect it to go down that way, but I'm not upset either. Cool, so I'm just gonna Vile in this Bowmaster now. Yeah, because they... So if they have an instant, actually, this Bowmaster will... Oh, never mind, because the... I should have done this in their upkeep, yeah, but... I'm realizing they can put an instant in the yard. But there's not a lot of instants that don't also draw cards. Right, they can't. They don't have Bolt and can't cast Brainstorm, exactly, so... Dark Blast. I guess that is, like, the one, right? Yeah, they must have F6 through Mom. I think that was it. Yeah, so I think I agree with just casting Thalia here now. Yeah. They do dredge the Dark Blast, so goodbye to Mom, probably. I guess goodbye to Bowmasters makes sense too. It makes sense. I guess it doesn't really, does it? It's pretty risky, that's for sure. So what I can do here is just hold up Swords. I can also recruit for another Bowmaster in response to something. They dredge Dark Blast again. That's definitely not right. Maxing a dragon actually does make sense, and I think that's a reason I should just let this 3 damage come in, just to make sure. Yep, it is a dragon. It's only a 5/5 dragon, which is not super scary. It is, yeah, sure. It is an explanation for the behavior. That's a good way to put it. Okay. Except they left a spell. Oh, they need the sorcery for delirium. Okay, sure. Let's see if the last cards in the okay, the last cards in the hand are not. I was wondering if it was going to be force blue card, but it was not. So I think I want to get a wisp here and just exactly what Luminol is saying. It's that or specialist. I think I would rather wisp to make sure I can block the DRC and just not get any lower on life. I think they're both equally pretty great, so it's not a huge deal either way, but I think I like this more. You can't cast a Dark Blast, but it looks like they're trying. Another Solitude, okay. So I can put Yorion in my hands, or I can have this Recruiter coming down, get a Bowmaster, and keep that mana up. I think I would like to just keep that Bowmaster mana up. There we go. And they are just passing the turn, so I think we're at the point where this game is basically over. Oh boy, third Solitude. Don't really need the third, but I'm not sad to have it either. Black, blue, Dark Blast. Okay. They mill Bolt, Force, Delver to get Dark Blast again. And there's a mom finally dead. A billion turns later. Well, one of these Solitudes is just coming into play. Well, Battle of Bywater will not be necessary in this game. That's almost for sure. Another Murktide. Okay, okay. You're right, I'm a coward. I will not just throw the game. I think I would still win too, honestly, but I'm not going to complicate things. Let's put it that way. All right, another win against Grixis Delver. Pizza Rolls MTG, thanks so much for the follow. Hope you're having a good time. Welcome to the stream. That's true. We'd gain. Was it? If we put the Bowmaster in also, then it would be what, 4 food, right? Because it doesn't count the ones that die. So it would have been Thalia, Recruiter, Orc Token, Bowmaster. Good old Curtis Ditmar. Likes to play Omniscience decks from what I remember. At least sometimes. I don't know if it's always, but definitely a common one for this fellow. Annoyingly, against Omniscience, there's like 3 cards that matter, and it's none of these. But we may not want to mull super hard for a for like an unconfirmed deck when this hand is pretty. This hand is like totally fine. I think I'm not gonna mull super hard though. So honestly, Raisins, I don't think about it that much because I don't like thinking about Omniscience in general. It's top 3 least favorite cards ever printed for me, so I just try to keep it out of my brain as much as possible. The unordered top 3 is Omniscience, True Name, Thassa's Oracle. I think Doomsday is a cool card that's ruined by Thassa's Oracle. I'm not gonna say I won't make a Twitter thread about Omniscience's design and how it's a stupid card, but there's not necessarily a need for it. Let's put it that way. I would just be screaming into the void to a certain extent. Not that I dislike doing that, but the card got printed 10 years ago, so. That mom could have gotten in for 1, but I would just rather not have it. Yeah. Yeah, it was 10 years ago. I hate to tell you. Just cast and... Oh, God, alright. Yeah. I am very sorry to say this is not the right printing, but Omniscience was originally an M13. What the? Okay. Yeah. Okay, let's go. So, we definitely want these thought seizes. It's Council's Judgment, these surgical extractions. Maybe this opposition agent. We have a lot more to cut because the removal is all horrible. So, I might even like bring in Needle for fetch lands, honestly. We'll see. Oh, right, yeah. We literally saw Invent. I'm dumb. I was like waiting for an intuition, but yeah, they literally showed us Invent, and I don't remember what the other half Invent is, So all the removal for all of these cards is probably just fine. Probably don't have to do anything else. There's other cards I'd like to cut. I don't think Skyclave's doing anything, but at least it's attacking for 2 in a way that these cards aren't. So I think this will have to do. No Chylith. So, yes, I could do it, but no. No. We need like a no Chylith counter, just like stream to stream. How many times have I done it? Like the punt count that MTG bot does, but just camera got a little messed up. There we go. There we go. I would love to play first. Hopefully we have cards that matter. Well, that's really annoying. Surgical by itself is not it. I like this hand a lot more. In a number of ways, and I think this recruiter is gonna... I'm back. OBS says I'm back. Hello. Hello, can you hear me? Are you all there? Oh, that's annoying. I got back in time, but then Moto didn't think I connected in time, so here we are. Sorry, you're gonna have to hear the music again. Alright, where was I? I was... When we last saw our heroes, I was keeping this hand and putting back the Iganjo. There we go. I did it. I hope you are all proud of me. Well, that's annoying, because now I want to Thoughtseize. Wish I had that on my turn 1 instead of the mom. Thalia is still probably better than the Thoughtseize. But it sucks that like the Thoughtseize is going to be like impossible to fit into our curve over the next couple turns if we don't cast it now. I'm normal and can be trusted with channel points. I do not think that this is a Daze deck, for what it's worth. I could be wrong, but I don't think it is. I'm not sure at all, but... yeah, let's just go for the Thoughtseize. I think if we don't cast it now, we're basically never casting it, so... I'm back. Hello. Doesn't usually disconnect that fast right after disconnecting, but... Let's get back to resolving his Thoughtseize. Let's wait for all the game objects to load. And we are taking the show and tell. And I'm also attacking with his Mother of Runes. There's the mountain. Burning Wish. For a pieces of the puzzle. Okay. Does that change anything? We're still probably just recruiting for Lauren here, right? Yeah. Because I'm guessing Pieces is just trying to dig to a... I guess, well, no, I guess... Since they didn't grab a show and tell, actually... No, yeah, Thalia is better. I'm just being dumb. With the... I'm going to keep Mom up now. Might be dumb. Maybe it's just better, but... Yeah. It does buy me a free turn. The only sense in which it doesn't buy me a free turn is if they draw a force, and then they force my recruiter. It gives them one extra draw step to do that. But they did not, so we are okay. I will grab this. I'm back, and thankfully Moto didn't disconnect this time. We're good. Alright, here's pieces of the puzzle. What do they reveal? They reveal 5 lands. Uh-oh. Whoops. Well, better for those to be on the bottom of their deck, or in their graveyard, than on the top of their deck, I suppose. And we got this Bowmaster now? Nice. Do we want to Stoneforge here, or do we want to hold up Bowmaster? I think I would rather have Bowmaster up. Might be wrong, but... Although I guess I am just going to flash it in here for sure for the clock, so... Yeah, so this is... Yeah, they're going to be dead next turn either way. Yeah, so casting Stoneforge the previous turn wouldn't have changed the clock at all, so holding of the Bowmaster was right. Alright, cool. Let's try to win game 3. No changes. No changes, Chyleth. No changes. This hand's pretty good. Thoughtseize into Thalia or Bowmaster. I will take it. Maybe. Well, is it 911 in Canada also? It is 911 there. Okay, you wouldn't daze a car. Shut up. That's good, but shut up. Yeah, I was pretty sure that it was standardized to be like very few options. Just wasn't sure if Canada was the same as the U.S. It makes sense that it is though, given how close we are together. That Brotherhood's End is interesting, but we're definitely taking the show and tell, so they just don't have either piece. Hello. It is worth noting that we are going through a thunderstorm right now, which may be making the internet problem worse. I don't know for sure, but it is a possibility. Oh, I'm not giving them excuses. I'm just saying we may or may not be experiencing worse service than usual, given that. Wait, well, that's really annoying. It reset the revealed cards? Alright. It was Ponder, Brotherhoods, and Misty Island Vista. Okay. Good thing we have the game log to save us. We can get rid of the Ponder because it's being cast now. They do not shuffle, but they don't play a land either. Interesting. I hope that I didn't snipe them with my very poor internet. But I will cast Thalia. Okay, Force pitches Force, and those are the only two cards I didn't know about. So I'll take it. There's the island. There's the Vista. Okay. What do you Burning Wish for? Is it pieces of the puzzle again? No, this time they have a show and tell. Interesting. That is very interesting. I'm going to flash this in now. I know I'm sort of exposing myself to Brotherhood's Ends, but I think I also just need to kill them fast if this is where the game's at. Oh my god, I'm so good at this game. Whew. I want to take the show and tell. Yeah, because I've already taken one, so I should just keep that as the bottleneck. The same part of the combo. I'm going to put Yorion into my hand. Oh, and I can get rid of this. I also like this position. This feels pretty good. The nice thing is that I think they're kind of forced to Brotherhood's End here, And we could just keep the Bowmaster around and Yorion it. Oh, well, that's even better. Yep, I'm happy to get Lauren here. I think that's pretty reckless, honestly. I like to just be as safe as possible here. Yeah, I guess that is true. We could do it, but do we even take this Bowmaster out of play? Probably not, right? No, I think we just keep it in play still. They're dead in 2 turns to this board as is. So getting anything that kills them faster doesn't matter. I guess Opposition Agent is another way to put the screws to them, really. So that's what I was just saying. I didn't want to take the Bowmaster out of play and give them an opportunity to cast a Brainstorm without a Bowmaster around. There we go. Cool. Now let's try to get this get this match squared, or get this league squared away. Depending on how we get through this match, I may even not call it early, just given how the internet has been. That was a lot of disconnects in the past like hour or so. The first match was against Sneak and Show. Maybe we should have, since Brain doesn't change the clock. Whereas if we flicker, we gain +2 damage on the last turn. They can't Brainstorm. Thinking back. I don't really like this hand very much. Sorry, 1 second. Yeah, I do think that it's pretty, like Katie mentioned, I think it is pretty likely it is the weather this time, unfortunately. It might just be exacerbating the underlying issue, I don't know for sure. I think this 2-drop into 3-drop on the draw doesn't really appeal to me. I would like to get something a bit better. I don't love having only one colored source, but at least I like the swords. I think I'll keep this in bottom the wisp. Interesting. Do I want to just wasteland them? Goodbye. It's 8 casts. It's been a while. No Caracas here is a bit of a bummer. They can cast a needle or a bauble. Okay. They are pretty unlikely to needle. I think they're just going to bauble. So I guess it's just time to develop our mana. And be sad we can't swords this. Yeah, okay. Stoneforge can get Sash here, which will help. Oh boy. Maybe it won't. Okay. I have had so many 8 cast players Shadow Spear into their own Chalice. They might cast Needle, yeah. Can I have another land here so I can waste... oh, this is pretty good. So I can just waste pitch swords on the Emery. That's pretty good. We still need to draw lands, annoyingly, but at least they aren't. Although they haven't put any other. Well, they just play a land, so never mind. That's dumb. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna do this. It's gonna suck if we don't draw another lands, but I think there's a lot to like about this play otherwise. Saga. First Saga's dealt with. No more Emery. Okay, I'm upset again. I'm even more so upset. Oh god. Alright, well, that didn't work out at all, but... The 7 would have been pretty good against this, wouldn't it? Did the 7... Actually, did the 7 have a Wastelands? I don't remember if it did. I'm almost certain it had a Caracas, though. Cool. Alright. I'm going to give it like another 1 or 2 more draws. Oh, actually, we're just like super dead, right? Because they can spellbomb any blocker. And Solitude is really just stemming the bleeding, so... I'll see what it is so that I can complain about it being the 6th. Never mind, I can't complain about it being the 6th draw step in a row. That is not a land, but oh well. Alright. This is a good matchup for Battle of Bywater. That's for sure. I'm going to think about Opposition Agent. It only really stops Saga, but maybe that's good enough. I usually like some number of Surgicals in this matchup because once you deal with the first Saga, you don't have to deal with any of the others, and that can be pretty valuable. I really don't like Moms. What else don't I like? There's a potential that we also could bring in Thoughtseize as some faster interaction, although it is worse into Chalices. I think I'm also on Agent not being worth it. So I think we're looking at definitely these, maybe some of these. Usually Trim a Dragon. And this is clean if we exclude the Thoughtseizes, but I just want to think about them for a little bit longer. Jite tends to be pretty mid because it's just so mana intensive. Yeah, I doubt we want the whole playset, but there might be a card or two here or there where Thoughtseize is realistically going to be better. I think Jite's might be one of them. I think I'm just going to do this one swap. Try that. Blech. Ugh. Opponent also mulled to 6. I am not keeping this. This is like the last one. This at least has 2 wastelands, and my opponent is also mulling to 5. So maybe like waste, plain, solitude, vile is a good enough keep. I guess I get rid of the plains for one of the fetches because I want a black source. So it should specifically be Arid Mesa actually. Yeah, I'm going to keep this. So it's bottom plains Vista. And Arid Mesa can get us a Scrubland. My opponent kept their 5. Let's hope it's a 5 that's vulnerable to wastelands. If it's not, we're dead. This looks like an Emery hand, which is not what we're really looking for. I think we just snap Solitude this. I'm not sure if we're wasting, but we probably are. I think I'm not wasting, actually. Let me think. So, like, Obviously we mostly want to get Urza Sagas. If we waste them now, this keeps the game. Yeah, we are playing it. It keeps the game pretty low resources. Like, what are we keeping them from casting, basically? There's a chance that they could play, like, another artifact plus Thoughtcast, potentially. Is a problem. Yeah. I think I'm gonna waste here. Okay. That helps a little bit with firing off the second wasteland. Oops. There we go. Yeah, so I do think it's hard to evaluate in this spot. I think the weakness of the waste on the seat is that it just means we have less mana once we are forced to probably wasteland another saga, or to wasteland the saga. And had we not drawn this scrubland here, it means that we would be basically leaning on this vial to cast all our spells and nothing else. Yeah, if we have the one, we are certainly not wastelanding. Probably the biggest punish is if they just have two sagas, which they did not here, thankfully. But so now we can start sashing them. Oh, Sash gets forced. Force pitch, Thought Monitor. Sure. Okay. I'm going to keep this vial on 3 for a while because 3s are like all of our best draws. Third Wasteland. Are we wasting... is this third Wasteland going after a seat, or are now we waiting for the second saga? I think we're holding this for the next saga. And I'm not sure that I want to play it. I guess it doesn't really matter if I don't play it. Yeah, I'm gonna play it. Yeah, I guess the reason not to is that it would potentially make them take a line around the wasteland, but like I'm not gonna use it until they cast a saga, and I'm only gonna use it on the saga. So I think that like there's probably not a good reason to not play it. I don't think I'm gonna cast Yorion here, especially after they thought cast. So I think I'm gonna wait until I go up to 5 here, but yeah, I am still holding. Yeah, we definitely should have gone to 4 last turn. I agree with that. Sai and Kappa Cannoneer both got milled, so that's nice. Is this a Chalice? Chalice on 1. Yeah, sure. There's another Saga, and that is why we hold the Wastelands. Because it's the card we're most likely to lose to, realistically. Oh yeah, I couldn't have stopped this. So yeah, that's fine. I was thinking I maybe should have wasted, and actually just should have wasted in response to the Chapter 1 trigger, but it wouldn't have kept this Cannoneer from getting cast, so. In that respect, it doesn't matter. Not flickering anything. They have the swords, annoyingly. But we do have a lot of good draws from here, at least. So. And they're kind of limited in what they're able to cast safely. Okay, they can cast that safely. Yeah, that's fine. That mills Thought Monitor, Opal, Shadow Spear. Yep, yep. Yeah, milling Shadow Spear is pretty huge. Oh, the last card was Dismember. Okay, that's a bummer. We still have a lot of good draws. We just gotta find them. That is not one of them. Gross. That is extremely gross. Ugh. This chalice came down at like just the right time. So we still have Battle, Judgment, Solitude off the top. Wisp would do it. Please resolve. Oh, I guess this actually doesn't do it if they have an artifact, right? Because I can cast the swords, but I can't get through the ward. But I'm guessing I'm just hoping that's good enough. Yep. With any luck, a chalice on 0 means they can't put another artifact into play. But if they can, then I think we're toast. But there's no way around that. We could flick risk, go to 9, but yeah, we're dead. Okay. Yeah, I should have left Crocus up. That was foolish, but though it didn't end up mattering. Yeah, that was a close one. Drawing that vial was a little rough into them then double thought casting us, or I guess thought monitor and thought cast. But okay, that was stable for a bit, so I'm going to take a quick break before going into the next league. I will be back in 5 to 10-ish minutes. See you then. And I'm back. How's it going, everybody? Hi, Star. Could I show sideboard? Yes, I can. Give me 1 second. This is the sideboard right now. If you're still around. Also, it should be, you can do exclamation point deck list, or the Stream Decker plugin should be showing it also. So, I will refer you to there as well. I'm guessing you're gone now, but thank you so much. Emrigans. Is it Emrigans or Mr. Higgins? I should ask you at some point. Thank you for popping by. Glad you could catch a little bit of it, and the VODs will hopefully be there tomorrow night. This hand seems fine. Mountain. Goblin Welder. I have not played against Painter in so long, so this is going to be exciting. Bowmaster is a pretty good answer to Welder, though, that's for sure. Hopefully they just don't do something dumb with it before I get to my turn. Well, that's really, really bad. Yeah, that's okay. That couldn't have gone worse. Uh-oh. What is getting into play? Oh, it's Grindstone. Okay, that's fine. I mean, I guess we'll see if it's fine, but I can live with that, I think. Yeah, so I think I just let this resolve, and then I can Bowmaster the Welder. So that way they can't do it again, basically. The Grindstone in play definitely is a little scary, but they have to... Okay, they do immediately follow it up with Painter Servant. So... what do we need here? That's probably not it. So we have... If they have Red Elemental Blast, we're just toast. But there's nothing really to do here but make them have it. And if this really was their hands, then... well... grabbing... Everything looks so different. Grabbing Solitude. Pitch the Mom. That is pretty bananas. That I think that is like their perfect hand. If only that spirit was a Thalia, then we could have won through that. But all right, so we want Council's Judgment. I think we want Opposition Agent, Needle. Not sure really about anything else though. I don't want that spirit, that's for sure. What else do we not want here? The moms seem kind of whatever. I think Sash is good as a way to control the welders. I wouldn't be surprised if we want some number of these black cards, but I'm just not sure which ones. But like most of our deck is pretty good against them. I guess we probably don't want any of the bow. Do we want none of the Bowmasters, I guess? It is another way to deal with Welder, which is kind of nice, but I'm not sure if that's worth having 4 copies in our deck. When it doesn't deal with Painter, it doesn't even deal with Goblin Engineer, it's like literally just Welder. I don't hate Surgical, I don't hate Thoughtseize. Oh, we have to still do 2 cuts. Yeah, maybe we cut like Dragon Thalia for 2 versus Bowmasters or Thoughtseizes. It's worth noting though that these extraction specialists without Bowmaster in the deck look pretty horrible. So these are probably at least better than the specialists. And then it's just, do we want 2 Thoughtseize or 2 Bowmaster? And I'm honestly not sure. I think I'm going to stick with the Bowmasters, honestly. I'm not sure if that's right, but it's at least like sticking to the logic of like, I like to have cards that aren't bad top decks in my deck, and Thoughtseize is one of those. This hand is pretty slow, but the Swords means it doesn't die quickly, and the Recruiter means that we can kind of deal with anything. So I don't hate it, but I don't love it either. I think it is good enough. Our opponent has DC'd. It does die to Magus. I don't know how likely it is for them to have brought it in. Even if they do, like, we only lose if they can answer the Vial, too. Because this Vial on 3 is likely to get us a lot. They are back, and they have mold to 6. Feel pretty good about Mountain Pass. Another 3-drop I'm less thrilled about, but I can live with that. Fable. I don't think I want to swords this token. No, I don't. So let's just draw a land and wisp it. How about that? No, can't do that either. Well, okay. They did not discard anything to Fable. That's kind of scary. Is their hand that good? Oh, geez. Alright. Let's calm down. Lands, please. There we go. So this is definitely feeling like a recruit for Lauren line. Probably hit the chapter 1 Fable so that they don't get the rummage. This one can turn into a creature that I'll just swords later. I think that's fine. It's like, where is it? Whoa, we're good. It is in fact in my deck. This is a lot of mana they're getting. I'm a bit concerned about that, but we'll see. Oh, especially if this is a Fury. That really sucks. Because now I can't Wisp Lauren to deal with more stuff. Yeah. Ugh. Gross, gross, gross. I would really like to draw a Wasteland. Definitely keeping this on 3. Not a Wasteland. Not a bad draw, but... So I think what I want to do here is Solitude, pitch a Wisp to kill the Reflection, and then Vial in a Wisp to blink the Solitude. And if they have Bolt, then they have Bolt. It at least means I'm getting the Bolt out of their hand. Cool. Then I can also just recruit here. Not sure what for. Probably for a Skyclave, I guess. We already used the Lauren, unfortunately, so... I think it's either Skyclave or Stoneforge, one of the two. I think it's probably Skyclave. Yeah, I'll go Skyclave. Now we get rid of the Fury. They can still attack with these Shaman tokens. It's not the best for me, but not much to do about that, I don't think. Is this another Fury? Oh my god. Get lost, please. They just had like the opposite perfect hands against me each time. I'm going to keep this on 3 for now. It might be a mistake. Yeah, I already regret it, actually. Yeah, it sucks. I don't think this is... I don't think like either of these games are super indicative of like how this matchup normally goes. But obviously it's easy for me to say that as the person who is very much losing right now. I also like don't have as much experience in the matchup as I wish I did, because it hasn't been that popular in leagues like ever, even back when people were like picking up on Painter like being really good. Back in the initiative era, I played against, I think this might be like the 3rd or 4th time I've played against it. It's just not that common. Oh, I'm just like super dead, aren't I? So I have to... Yeah, I have to chump this construct. I guess I could block a Shaman token, but I don't think that's... I guess I need to draw something really good off top anyway. I'm just gonna take the trade. If I died to Bolt, I died to Bolt. I guess if I died to Bolt, they would have already cast it, so... Oh yeah, this is one of them grindy matchups. Got him. Batter Skull. Oh, I gotta... I think I'm super dead, but I will cast the Batter Skull. Oh yeah, I am actually just super dead. Apparently fan of the channel. Oh, we are extremely dead. I'm gonna let him kill me. Cool. Alright, I'm going to hide my camera for just a minute. I am still here, but camera will be off for a minute. I do not want to drop and start fresh, because that just means I'm going to get to bed even later. We got the classic combo of Spirit plus Bowmaster. I don't think this hand is great, but I don't think it's worth mulliganing. It's kind of my perspective. Are we playing against Grixis Delver again? It looks like we are. Oh, they're brainstorming for this? I guess I let that resolve. It like almost makes me want to Solitude it, but I'm not sure if I want to do that still. What's on top? A Ponder. No, I think I should have done this in response to the brainstorm, but I think I am supposed to just try to Solitude this. Okay, cool. It resolves anyway. Oh, they don't have another land. Well, that's cool. I could port them, but I'm choosing not to bait them into doing something else. So I guess that brainstorm was trying to do more than just... oh, interesting. Yeah, sure. The brainstorm was trying to do more than just flip the Delver. They really needed the second land. Oh, I was supposed to Bowmaster in response to that. For some reason, I just like saw it and saw a Delver, but this is definitely not a Delver. So I goofed. I think I'm gonna hold it now that I've made that mistake. Let's see if we get them. Feeling unlikely, but it'll be cool if we get there. Do you have a lightning bolt? Oh my gosh. We did it. I've seen some Grixis Delver lists that have like 1 to 2 snuff out. I think it still could be that. Yep. Well, I got this big 4/4, so I'm going to attack with it. I like casting Vial here. I'm going to port them off of red. Don't have a target for the Igonjo right now, but I'm going to keep it. I'm going to keep the Igonjo in my hand as a removal spell. So. Alright, they have another red source. That is okay. DRC is going to get Skyclaved, probably. They know the top card of my library. Let's see what it ends up being. Oh, here's a Murktide. Well, that's a problem. Definitely got enough spells for it, so let's see if they play into my Iganjo. Nice. So we stop on the damage step, so we're still in combat. And then I Ganjo this, and I will tap like this, I guess. Doesn't really matter. I'm gonna Vial in the Mom, so. Yeah, it feels like more people fall for that than they really should, but here we are. Another DRC, okay. What is this? Sauron's Ransom, okay. I'm gonna finally split cards, and I don't know how to do it, so this is gonna be fun. It's also kind of scary, honestly. Bit of a scary card for them to have here. Oh, Jesus. Huh. So the top pile is the one that's face up, the bottom one is face down. Yeah, this is a weird one. This is going to bring them to Delirium, notably. I am feeling Force plus Force face up is also where I was going. How do I just click? Okay, just click and they move to the other pile. I think I like this. Force plus Force face up. Because I think I don't want them to take the Bolt when these DRCs are about to be delirious. And I think if I just give them Force Fetch, they're going to take the other pile for sure. And I don't want to give them Force Bolt because they probably have another blue card in their hands. They could Sanctuary it, huh? Do we have a real way to deal with that, though? Like, I think the only way we prevent that is giving them Force Bolt face up, which I don't think I like. So I think I'm into this. All right, they took the face down pile, so they have Fetch Bolt. They showed us a different fetch land, though. that's pretty nice too. Yeah, so here's Sanctuary for the ransom. Notably, the ransom will... So I guess they could bolt the Thalia and then cast ransom, and then they'll still have a mana left over. Yeah, okay. I don't know how I didn't notice that this DRC was the Ring Bearer and not the other one. I think I just honestly wasn't even looking. But yeah, I should have killed the one that is the Ring Bearer. And then they don't... Oh, Sorin's Ransom's an instant, right? So that's why they're not casting it yet. But then again, why didn't they loot? This feels like a pretty safe... Is it a safe attack? The one reason they maybe didn't is because they have a Bowmaster in their hands. And I don't really think I want the Skyclave to trade off with one. I guess there's a chance that we won't be able to avoid that, but at least if we avoid it for now, we can at least Skyclave the DRC, take up Vile, put Yorion in our hands. And having Yorion will essentially be our way to get through the Bowmasters without just like throwing our Skyclaves away for free. So yeah, I think I'm happy to just do this. Delver, Heat, Ponder, Fetch. Interesting. I think I want the Heat and the Delver separate. Other than that, I'm not really sure. I think I'd probably rather... Lands basically doesn't matter. Heat Ponder is probably too good, though. Could do... Yeah, I actually don't hate that Heat land face up. They probably... I think what I want them to have is not the Delver, mostly. But I don't want to give them 3 cards. Heat Ponder together might be too much also. I think I would be okay with them taking either of these 2 piles. Yeah, I think this is okay. They take heat fetch. Alright, cool. Oh, and they're getting the Surveil out of this. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I think I'm overall quite happy with that exchange. Yeah, I'll just pass. Here's the Tarn. You don't think they can take removal if they don't have a threat? Yeah, that checks out to me. All right. Oh, Crocus is even better too. All right, yeah, cool. I will just attack. I can safely attack now, for multiple reasons. So I will do that. I think I'm actually supposed to tap the Underground Sea, but they have so much mana, it doesn't really matter. Jabber George, how's it going? Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a great stream. How's it going, everybody? We're playing Death and Taxes, as always. I am doing my best not to die to a very long game against Grixis Delver. I will not blink anything here. Well, Wisp is pretty good, huh? So I can Wisp the Murktide, attack for 4 in the air. Yeah. Yeah, I guess they can't really attack, can they? Having a flyer plus... Oh, daze, huh? I can pay for a daze. Okay, interesting. Alright, I'm coming back online. Hello. How's it going? So I can just bounce Yorion, Violin, Blink Wisp, Wisp, Murktide, and their end step have 2 lethal attackers in the air. Seems pretty good. Hello? There we go. Oh wow, we used a lot of time this game. We're gonna have to go quick in the next ones. Alright, cool. Alright, sideboarding. Judgment. Battle, and I think that was it, actually. And we want to cut Lauren and Cauldron. There we go. Easy. No, you can't equip the ring anytime. It has to be when you are tempted by the ring, you choose a ring bearer. If the ring bearer dies, you can't choose a new one until a new card instructs you to, and until a new card tempts you. Alright, revealing Yorion. What kind of hand do we have? A pretty good one. One that I am pretty happy with. Well, you probably have a Bowmasters, so let's have a standoff. Let's continue having a standoff. Alright. A little bit worse now. I tried Sam, at least in mono white, and very much did not like him. I think he's better in splash lists because you have fetch lanes that you can get back, but I think in mono white there's just so little that you can actually do with him proactively, which is why I really didn't like it. Like, it's, you can wasteland and you can solitude and that's it, but both of those are still very mana intensive. Can you heck off? Get out of here. I can't imagine playing more than one, that's for sure. I think you just play one as a tutor target when he's good, and that's probably it. Yeah, some might call him mono white Renin 6. I think those people are exaggerating just a tad. What is my opponent doing? Yeah, cantrips and no bowmaster, or bowmaster and no cantrips. Yeah, that both of those make sense. What do we do here? We kind of have to expose something to bowmaster, but I'm not sure what it is. It's probably just Thalia. Yeah. I think I'd rather do Thalia first. And I think I specifically don't care if this gets countered. I think that's fine. I would rather Bowmaster get Viled in, honestly. Or Stoneforge. What are they doing? Okay. Yeah, it is Plague Engineer. I'm not sure what I'm getting with this Stoneforge. I think I have to assume that it's dying one way or another. But I'm nowhere close to casting Batterskull after getting wasted twice. It's probably just Sash. I think I'm gonna guess Sash. I like Sash. Yep, gets bolted. I'll take it. And do we take this vial up to 3 or do we keep it at 2? I think we keep it at 2. Nice. So now I think I'm happy to cast Sash. Can't get Bowmastered. We'll just eat something in response. I guess we eat something now, actually. So I'll see one of their wastelands probably. I also have to remember again that this game is going very long, and I played the first game pretty slowly, so I got to pick up the pace a bit. Yeah, we could have plowed Engineer and cast Mom, but I think I'm going to try to just not care about the Engineer for as long as I can. Plow plus Mom does sort of disguise Engineer, doesn't it? Yeah, I think once we keep this vial on 2, they probably know about it, is my feeling. Alright, eat their wasteland. I don't think it really matters what land we get, but I will eat it anyway. Yeah, I was literally just thinking that like they could Sanctuary Bolt here, but I am pretty sure I'm happy if they do that. There aren't enough clickbait stream categories on my stream. I'm going to take that as a win. I probably should put more than just English, but that's all right. Hey, Chyleth, add 1 to the no counter. Hashtag girl boss would be pretty good. Gaslight gatekeep girl boss. I think I'm keeping this on 2 still. I think I'm just gonna keep chilling. At least for a little bit longer. I was also thinking of eating 2 lanes upkeep. I was just gonna wait, I think, to see if they would have sanctuaried the bolt, but I think if they were going to, they would have done it last turn, so I'm just gonna eat 2 lands, yeah. Well, now I probably just eat the bolt to keep their instant count lower. I guess that is worse against Sanctuary, but yeah, I think that's fine. Yeah, they let it happen anyway. All right, cool. Fine with me. I'm going to take the 2 here. Alright, I'm not sure if I'm making the right plays anymore at this point, but I'm sort of getting to the point where there's no way that I can truly play around their Bowmaster. So I'll just do my best to break serve now where I feel like I have so many tools against it. Force pitch Murktide on Plague Engineer? Okay, sure. Yep, here's the first Bowmasters that I expected. I would not be surprised to see a second. They only have instant and land in their yard? Yeah, okay. So this Bowmaster is at least finally getting some value. And this recruiter that I can vial in to get a Bowmaster. Although I could get Specialist. That's a good point. Yeah, I think that's why I liked. Or do you mean you think you'd cast the specialist after vialing in their recruiter? Is that what you're thinking? Oh sure. Okay, yeah, I can see that. I also think I win either way, which is why I'm not super concerned. This game has been a weird blur because it feels like I've rarely. There's just been like so much thinking. Um, there's just been like a lot of thinking in this match, but it's never been like I've ever been under like so much pressure that I like had to get it right. I think we've had a lot of wiggle room in this game. Yeah, that's kind of where I was heading. Is that like I don't have to use the specialist right now. If they try to remove Bowmaster and Cantrip, I can bring it back. If they don't, then I can just get a Stoneforge. Definitely feels a bit like all roads lead to Rome here. A little bit thrown off by opponent by my opponent also taking a lot of time at seemingly random intervals as well. Okay, yeah. Obviously, they could now remove the Bowmaster, but then I just have this Stoneforge, so I would love to get a Batterskull here. Maybe Jitte was better. I'm not sure. Not a lot of bad options on that one. Skull is fewer clicks, that is true. I'm a little less concerned with how secure we feel in this game, at least at this point, but that is a good point. I feel like my opponent must be duo queuing with how just the pattern of when they are taking a lot of time and not. In the meantime, I hope everyone's having a good evening. Thank you for stopping by watching the stream. You're melting. Is it that hot? It's been pretty warm here, but I guess we had like the really bad heat wave last week, the week before. I like time is fake, so I don't remember exactly when it was, but it was really bad. Since then, it's been like a pretty reasonable warm summer. Okay, but what is that in freedom units? I don't know what what 19C is. That's fake. What? Hello? No, my Chrome is exploding. So never mind, I literally can't look it up. I was gonna say, like my gut tells me that 19C is somewhere in the neighborhood of like 60 to 70 Fahrenheit. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's not hot at all. Yeah, I know you guys have a. I mean, I I live by a Great Lake, right? It's I know what it's like to be in the snow, let's be real. And 66 is not hot. Humidity, sure. Humidity sucks. But, I mean, 66 when it's midnight, that doesn't really. That does not shock me, no. I agree, Luminal. I'm on your side. Unless that's in jest, in which case I'm unironically on your side. But how dare you? Oh, my opponent's finally taking a game action. All right, we're back. That gap was so long. Again, I feel like they must be duo queuing. Is this an end-step ransom, maybe? No. What's... What is going on? There we go. Okay. I'm going to take up to 5. I now get to cast this Batter Skull through a daze. Keep specialist? Yeah, okay. That's fine. Yeah, good point. Yep, I see that. Yeah, okay, they just concede. Cool. See, that's the truth of it. I think Fahrenheit just makes more sense. Specifically, if we're talking about temperatures, outdoor weather temperatures to humans. I think it's helpful that 0 isn't freezing for water, it's dangerous to humans. Similarly, 100 Fahrenheit isn't boiling water, it is dangerous to humans. I do think we should use metric for basically everything else. It's just describing weather temperatures. I think Fahrenheit makes more sense. Playing Death and Taxes, huh? Are they playing 60 card? This hand is okay. I'll keep it. Okay, not Death in Texas. Force Pitch Fonder. Got it. It's the Delver again. Alright, we're just getting infinite Delver today. Yeah, blue splash DNT. Look, I'm sure someone's tried it. As much as they shouldn't have. I think I'm happy to just curve Thalia here, because we have the Specialist. So if they're about to untap with the Bowmaster, then whatever. You always fetch planes for the turn when vial with only 2 more lands, and then yeah, no, that's totally fair. Yep, I think I agree with that. Thalia lives. Alright, cool. So no Bowmasters, at least not yet. I will get the other basic just to be safe. Alright. With the DRC out, I'm going to get Sash here, I think. Oh yeah, why didn't I play Crocus? That was dumb. That was silly. Bolt on the Stoneforge. Yeah, that's fine. They have to hit a land or a creature off this Surveil. They have a decent number of those, obviously, but... But I feel like in a pretty good spot, especially with that. Oh boy. There may have actually been an argument for just eating 2 spells before passing the turn, to be safer from dragon, but we do have the Solitude, so I'm not super worried. Bolts on the Sash. That is fine since we have the Specialist. I think here I eat 2 spells. Or yeah, check their Surveil first, yeah, duh. Alright, they keep. Yeah, so I'll eat... Ponder and Bauble, and I can eat the other Bauble after I Specialist it back. Cool. Another land would be pretty swell. Actually, I should just eat a bolt, yeah. I probably should have just left both baubles and eaten both bolts. Because delirium matters less. Gut shot. Alright. I guess that's another reason to eat the bauble, just to, yeah, to stay safe from the Bowmaster, yeah. They keep on top with the Surveil, so they're not going to hit Delirium here. No, now they hit Delirium. Okay. And this is a dragon with only one card left. So if we draw a land, the game's over. Cool, the game's over. Yeah, okay. There we go. Alright, let's do this again for oh, that's the wrong one. Trilith, no. No. No, no, no. You know what happened last time we did that. You know what happened last time we did that. I don't think this time will be different, actually. I appreciate your optimism, but no, I don't think it's going to be different. This hand is slightly clunky. Doesn't have a second colored source. But my opponent is mulling to 6, and Thalia and Stoneforge and Solitude are all pretty good cards, so I think I am mostly happy to keep this. You are right. This port could be a plateau. I mean, why would we need that, though? We're just going to draw planes. Oh, that's how it is. Just going to pass the turn. We're just going to keep drawing planes. All right, cool. Maybe I was supposed to port there, but yeah, I think I was supposed to port there because I don't actually want to cast the Stoneforge here. Yeah, no, I definitely should have ported. I was like, suddenly my brain forgot that I was playing against the Daze deck for a second. Ooh. That's kind of enticing. What are we doing this turn? This could be a... We could hold up waste so we could just put port into play. I think I'm happy putting port into play. Yeah. And then, what do we get? This Batterskull is likely to be pretty castable, though Sash does look kind of good with how little they've put into the yard so far. We also have 3 planes, so we know that we'll have the mana to do it. And they're about to fetch twice. Or, not about to, but they will have 2 fetch lands in the yard too, so... yeah, I think I like Sash. Is a ransom end of turn? Yep, okay. Well, what do we want to do here? I think I want to give them Bolt Fetch. Yeah, I'm kind of on the same. Maybe Bolt Bobble. This doesn't look too bad. Land Bolt. Yeah, it's true. No, maybe worrying about Sanctuary isn't worth it. They also might. I was gonna say if they have to use it immediately, or we can just play a Wasteland and then it gets harder for them too. So I think I like this. Yeah, this seems fine. And they took Port Fetch. Or Bolt Fetch. There's the fetch. There's the bolt. Yeah, I am definitely looking at that Volk with this waste right now. I know. Are they not messing up? Or are they doing something else? They are just dragoning. Yeah. And it's an 8/8? 8/8, yeah, okay. Well, we have some options here, that's for sure. What do I want to pitch here? I think I want to pitch the Thalia, honestly. With as much mana as they have, I don't think Thalia's tax is going to really matter. It might matter once we've used the Wastelands. Oh, that's true. Yeah, that's actually a lot smarter. Do this. And then Solitude. What do I actually want to pitch? I'm tempted to keep the Sash around just because their graveyard's full of permanents to eat. That's where I'm at. Yeah, I'm gonna keep Sash. And then I don't think I'm porting in Upkeep because of Bowmaster. It's just so likely that they can cast a spell that I'm just gonna wait to port end step. That's just a 3/3. Interesting. I guess that's a way for them to sort of beat Sash. Interesting. That is not what I expected. Yeah, I'll support them off the red source, I guess. I think to be safe versus Bowmaster, I'll just play the Crocus here. And then... So if I play Caracas and then cast Sash, I'll have 2 white mana open, which means that the Sash doesn't live through Bolt. So I think I want to wait 1 more turn. And I'll just play Caracas, waste C, port the second C. Although, does it even matter cutting them off of main phase black? Do they have any black sorceries? It's like all instants, right? It might not matter since it's harder to cut them off the red here anyway. But I guess it forces them to use it anyway, so I should just be happy with that. Alright, well, this 3/3 Murktide should hopefully be manageable for a bit. Prismatic Vista. So now if we waste C, we can port Volk. We're kind of in the same spot. If we go to let me see. The main point that we're trying to figure out is when we can cast Sash and have it die to basically nothing. And I think that probably just still starts with wasting Underground Sea. Yeah. Yeah, I was also thinking that. I don't think porting here is very valuable, so I like adding Yorion also. And the next turn we'll have Sash plus 3 white sources. One of them is the Caracas, but I'd rather have Sash around than the Thalia, so that's fine. And Dragon's still just a 3/3. And the Sash should change the clock quite a bit once it's in play. I think I am going to... I guess I don't want to eat anything yet, because if I put eating something on the stack, then it dies to Bolt. So I just want to pass. Okay, that's fine. Now I'll eat 2 lands. Okay, Skyclave is good. Skyclaving Borrower is probably better than casting Yorion here. It's pretty similar, at least. And gives me more mana on this turn. This race is not looking too great, but I think I can still make it work. Alright, they have a force. They are pitching Daze. Okay, sure. Yeah, so I think I just have to draw, like, swords next turn. And for them to not have a counter spell is what it's looking like. Because this, I can deal 5, 6, 7. I can eat one more for 8. The most I could do next turn is 13. Actually, so it's 5, 6, 7, 8 would put them to 12. I can attack for 8 again next turn, plus 1, 2, 3. So actually it means that if they need to crack this fetch, they're dead. So I'm gonna do this. And yeah, we can't be Bolt anyway, so there's no reason to protect Thalia from it. So, yep, I think this is right. They've used one bolt? Yeah, I guess it's reasonably likely they have one. Alright, they recognized it. For better or worse. They don't have Bolt, also. We know that now. Let's see. So another fetch land. I'm happy for that to be a land versus like literally anything else. I did not want to draw a land though. That's pretty bad. So I think we are just attacking with Sash, threatening to do a bunch of damage, and then we get to cast Yorion around Daze while holding Crocus up, and then hope that that gets there. No value really in using any mana here. Should have kept up planes up here actually instead of the Crocus. Or instead of the Scrubland. That was a mistake. It makes Wasteland potentially give them an opening to do something. Alright. There's the days. And blinking nothing. Okay. Yeah, I had that exact thought, but yeah, that just loses to Sash, so. Alright, cool. I feel like we played at least a good portion of that match pretty tight. That felt really good. Honestly, props on my opponent for like noticing the lethal there. Or the potential lethal, so. Playing as Delighted Halfling. Must be a pretty new Magic Online account. This hand is very clunky, particularly on the draw, so I think I have to mull this. Is at least somewhat better. I'll throw back fetch. Windswept Teeth. I haven't played against a Windswept Teeth deck in a while. Once upon a time, is this Cradle control probably? Yep, okay. Why did I undo that? Alright, they have a Fiend Artisan in hand. I know that. Well, this is not looking like a very good hand, unfortunately. This hand does not deal with the turn 2 Fiend Artisan very well. Never mind, everything is fine. I think I Stoneforge for Sash and pitch that. Yeah. I definitely do not have Cauldra in my hand. I swear, I no Cauldras here. I thought I F6. That's weird. Alright, there we go. Is it looking like a natural order, probably? Yep. No, Green Sun. Green Sun for Grist. Annoying. Yes, they plussed! Let's go! Cauldra is confirmed a myth. I put Crocus in play in case they do have natural order for Atraxa. I can just bounce it right away. I have Skyclave for a follow-up Grist, or a Fiend Artisan. This is 4 mana. Could be a Green Sun again, could be natural order. It is a natural order, so probably for Atraxa. Thankfully, Atraxa is like super beatable, honestly. Especially when they hit literally nothing but lands and creatures. That's pretty bad for them, unfortunately. So they choose Gaia's Cradle and Fiend Artisan. Yeah, that makes sense. Alright. You know, call me crazy, Chylith, but I don't think I would. Harmonize is, like, alright, but at least that one draws 3, you know? This was also technically 2 green, sacrifice a green creature, draw 2 cards. That's true. Drawing 2 green cards is worse than drawing regular cards. That's really funny. What do we got? Prismatic Vista. Okay. I'm gonna just be careful around endurance because it's hard to imagine what else they would not cast. I guess maybe Grist potentially, but yeah, I'm gonna Wisp Stoneforge for Jite, which is what I was trying to say, and then I realized I was should use a fetch lane for it. Black. Bowmasters. Sure, that makes sense. That also makes sense to be in their hand. This is a little scarier because this is actually going to be lethal if they have another natural order. But they only have 3 in the deck. So it's not like super likely. It is possible, but we will see. Looks like they do not have it. Again, I should probably crack this. Oh yeah, it also would have had to have been the last card in their hand because we know that one of the cards is Atraxa, so. I'm just going to kill stuff now. I think they basically just have to top deck natural order or they're dead. That is what it looks like. That's a weird attack. I'm just going to take one. And there's a good chance that this is just going to be lethal. Let's get the Elvish Reclaimer out of the way so they don't have enough toughness to block with. Yep, cool. Got there. Alright. Council's Judgment is good. Battle of Bywater is pretty stinky, though. So I'm probably not bringing that in. Opposition Agent is incredible here. And I think I want Thoughtseizes as faster interaction because I have a lot of stinkers in here. Basically like Spirit, all the Thalias, Lauren, and I'm sure I can find something else here. Dragon is not that great here either. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, so what is Battle of Bywater hit? It's basically just, yeah, it's big Fiend Artisans. It actually might be good enough because it's big Fiend Artisans, Elvish Reclaimers that are turned on, and attracts after the natural order for it. Oh, Malikan, thanks so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a good day. I am not cutting a specialist for Yorion, but thank you for trying. I am going to keep specialist in though, because they are probably going to have snuff outs, and and bringing back a Stoneforge after they snuff out is pretty nice. Oh yeah, endurance as well. Yep. So we just need one more cut. It could be a land, could be a Batter Skull. I usually don't love. I definitely cut Batter Skull against combo elves. It's like less certain against Cradle control. I think I'm happy cutting the skull. It's like more likely to matter here than it is against combo elves, but I don't know that it's by enough to matter. I think that I'm only even thinking about this because we're on the draw. Thoughtseize is alright. We have to cast it on turn 1. Otherwise, they're just going to start casting the cards that matter. I guess the problem is that, like, because of that, we're going to have to Stoneforge. We're then probably going to have to recruit her for a removal spell. And that means we have to have 2 of our first 3 land drops. Or 2 of our first 3 draws have to be lands. We're never really casting this vial unless something that's already gone wrong. Yeah, I think there is just too much about this hand that doesn't quite work. This is better. I'm going to keep it. It is very awkward, though, that we don't have a way to cast the Bowmaster. We just have to wait for the vial to tick up. But at least we have an easy bottom in the Cauldron, and we have a run of removal spells. And even if they cast a turn... I usually don't kill turn 1 elves against Cradle control, because so much of the power of their deck is concentrated in Fiend Artisan that you can just like let their mana elves stay around a lot of the time. At least that's worked out in my favor, I should say. So we can still cast the vial on turn 1, which is nice. And then use turn 2 to Swords the Fiend Artisan that they will cast on their turn 2. Stoneforge is a great draw too. And who knows, maybe we'll get lucky and we'll draw a Black Source and we can just Bowmaster the Artisan right away. I think if we're going to kill anything with Bowmaster, Fiend Artisan is pretty much what we want, so I would be pretty thrilled if that were to happen. Nope, not quite. But that's okay. Still technically alive for another one, so. I should have thought about wasting this Bayou, actually, but it's too late. I had passed before I could stop it. It's probably too risky when we need the mana anyway. Well, that's pretty cool. We are going to get to Bowmaster a Fiend Artisan again. think I'm pretty happy with this outcome. They snuffed out their own Dryad Arbor so that there's a chance that their Fiend Artisan can turn their Reclaimer into something else. That seems pretty good for me. Especially because whatever they get, I'm about to Skyclave it anyway. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. Cauldra here. Yeah. Yeah, especially after they just used the snuff out. Yeah, I guess Oof is probably the best thing, but it's, yeah, still not even that good. Yeah, Grist is kind of more what I'm assuming, and that's why I think the Skyclave is going to make it kind of a non-issue. I'll take another 3. That's fine. Yeah, this looks like Oof. Yep, okay. I am perfectly happy with that exchange. Though, I would like to draw another lands, please. A white source, specifically. What's going on now? This is going to be for a 1-drop, right? Turning into another Reclaimer? Yeah, sure. Rather do that than attack, I think. White source, white source. Nice. Alright, cool. I guess I'll attack first. I don't think it really matters that much, but... yeah, so now we can Judgment the Oof. Turn our Vial back on. Let's go ahead and Skyclave the Fiend Artisan right away. And I don't know what 1 card you could have to win from here. You're able to Natural Order for Atraxa, but that doesn't actually beat the board. Nice. Lethal to do that. Oh yeah, it totally was. Yep, I was playing with my food. You're totally right. Naturally for Altasaur chumps Cauldra. That is a way to do it. You're right about that. This hand is all 3-drops and not the mana to cast it. This hand is better. I'm going to keep this and bottom one of the moms, I think. It's either that or the fetch. Thanks, Viscadge. Have a good night yourself. Thanks for tuning in. I think I'd rather have the stable mana than the second mom. Another Reclaimer deck, huh? All right. Sick. Thank you. Thank you for working on that. I appreciate it. No Reclaimer. I'm gonna laugh if it's another Fiend Artisan. Nope, crop rotations. This is post? Maybe? Yeah, post. Gross. I ain't into that at all. I have no idea. It clearly is, but it's not a name that I had recognized, so I did not know until just now. Yeah, that crop rotation is very weird now that they've done it. Nothing I can do about it, really. I think we're just going Mom, playing Mom and Vial. So Mom is going to have to get on the offensive here. I imagine this map is going to get a Cloud Post. Yep. I think I'm just going to port the post as opposed to playing Bowmaster here. Yeah, ugh. A lot of lands is not good for me. Yavimaya at least makes the port decisions pretty simple. You just always tap Cloud Post. There are definitely some turns where you like really have to figure out like how many green they tend to be pretty light on green sources outside of Yavimaya. Interesting. Take the bait. Take the bait. I'm begging you. Damn. Yeah. Maybe I needed to just cast the specialist. I'm not sure. But I'm going to make them reclaim now. They'll take away a bunch of their mana this turn. The fact that they had to turn one post into another post is kind of a big deal, too. And they're missing land drops. All of this is good for me. And I have to put this Bowmaster in as an attacker, that's for sure. Gotta clock him. Now that's beautiful. Do I tap this Yavimaya now to play around crop rotation? I think I do, right? Like they're so far behind if I get this wasteland off, but if I let them rotate, then it actually looks kind of bad. Yeah. Cool. Oof. Having to spend your mana on that is not a good sign for them. Tabernacle. Okay. Not sure what that means for... Huh, that's kind of awkward. I guess I'm just letting... I think I'm keeping the mom, letting the others die. I think that makes sense to me. Taking Vial up to 4. Plains isn't bad. I can... They can't really develop from here, which is good for me. Unless they have crop rotation here. That would change things. Yeah, okay. So they have 2 cloud posts in their yard, which is good up until they get a green sun for a Ramanop excavator. Oh, the One Ring. Okay, yeah, I have seen this list going around. I am not sure why they did that. I got no idea. Okay, that's also good, I think. We can't... So, we can... We can't both... We can't Stoneforge, Yorion, and Port. We can only do 2. I think the 2 that I want to do are Stoneforge and Port. And I'll Yorion next turn. I could also actually just get Sash here. And just eat the 2 posts before it's too late. I should have thought about this longer. How much mana do they have? They have 3, 6, 7, 8 next turn. We're drawing 2 more cards. If they play a post, it would go up to 11 mana. That's kind of scary. I was thinking of eating the posts to be safe from Ramanop Excavator getting their mana back, basically. And I was thinking about it. My finger slipped and I clicked the Sash. And now I am trying to figure out if that we actually want to do that. And I think the answer is we're probably still going to cast this Sash, but we're not eating anything, and we're just going to port them. Because if we port them, they're at 1, 2, 3, 4. They only have 5 mana if we port them. If they play a post, it goes up to 7 mana. Let me think. I am going to stick with putting the Sash into play, but I am still going to port one of the posts. I'm not confident in this line by any means. This is what feels right to me. So they have 1, 2, 6 mana, so they can tighten here. Ayavugan, Vesuva on a post. Yeah, okay. That Solitude's actually kind of a big deal. Um, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So these cloud posts make 5 mana. Porting probably doesn't matter, but I'll make them do this now if they want to activate Eye. So I'm going to take this 6. And if they cast Emrakul here, then it's a punt. Kind of. I mean, they still get an extra turn. It's really not that bad, but at least we don't have the Emrakul to deal with. I guess actually the correct thing there might have been to pitch the Solitude and Yorion on it. That actually was probably correct, because the Specialist here isn't really going to matter. Though I guess not a lot matters when they have the Crocus. It depends what other Eldrazi they have. They usually have at least 2. It's usually Emrakul. I've seen original Ulamog. I've seen new Ulamog also. I don't think I've seen a list have more than 3. I think that's the most. But I'll at least see which one they have, and then we'll scoop. Yeah, okay. As messed up as it is, I've won from worse board states against them. Alright, so Opposition Agent is amazing. Pithing Needle is very good. Surgical Extraction can get them. Judgment and Battle are pretty good too. I don't think I want anything else. The Thalias are god-awful, as is the Spirit and the Jite. Kind of into Thoughtseize. Spirit actually is fine versus the Ring, so I'm gonna try to keep that in. We'll see what else we find. Oh, I don't like Mom at all in this matchup. Maybe we did also cut a Specialist because stuff doesn't die very much. Although it's probably a better attacker than Timeless Dragon is. This seems fine to me, I think. No, Chyleth. No. I'm going to try this. I'm pretty sure I like Thoughtseize too. Just more early interaction. This has a Wastelands, but basically nothing else that I want other than recruiting for an opposition agent. Which is maybe good enough, but something tells me that maybe that is good enough though. Like what? How many? They obviously have Dismember in their deck, but Wasteland's good against them. We get to cast the Vial. I kind of like this actually. Yeah. Okay. I had to think again about like the fact that opposition agent is kind of like crazy good against them. So yeah, recruit. Yep. I like that a lot. I think we got it. We got the line at least. Whoa. Okay. Almost. Oh, was that Needle on Wastelands? Yep. Okay. Bummer. I don't understand. They did this crop rotation in the first game too, and I don't really understand it. Rashad Ports. So I think we're still recruiting for Stoneforge to get that Dismember out of their hands. Then the second recruiter will get the opposition agent. I guess we could eat the Yavimaya, huh? Oh, no, we can't, because Needle. Yeah. That's why we're not doing it. It's late. Oh, they're casting Once Upon a Time. They are down bad. All right, there's a first Cloud Post. Now that we failed to bait the Dismember, I think we just Cauldra them. Yeah, Cauldra Port Post. I am thinking about that exact question right now, Toast, and I'm not sure. Oh yeah, we can take up to 3 and 4. They just let the port go through. Alright, here we go. They're tapped out, too. And they just scoop. Alright, cool. Alright, that worked out pretty well, even though our Wasteland did not come into play. Well, this hand is funny and bad. This hand is funny and also bad. It's actually worse than the previous one. Yeah, I think that 7 I would keep on 6, but I think it's worse than the average 6. But this 6 I think is just awful. This has opposition agent, so we're keeping it. Question is whether we're putting back the 3rd land or the Skyclave. We're on the draw, so drawing a land in the top 3 is reasonably likely. But they don't really present that many Skyclave targets anyway. So that's probably a good enough reason to put it back. They're probably just going to play a Reclaimer and all swords it, and then Skyclave's going to just sit around doing nothing. And we don't risk not drawing a land in the top 3. Yep, I'm cool with that. Alright, well, we would have drawn the land anyway. That's okay. Oh yeah, sorry, Mishra Harad. Yeah, basically, don't get paired against it. That's about it. So much of the matchup is just about knowing what they can do with their mana and knowing the best way to disrupt it, but sometimes you just don't have the ability to, so. Uh, I mean, I think getting Batterskull is pretty suspicious, yeah. But you're probably right because now there is no shot. It doesn't look like I have opposition agent, but I have to leave it up. There's no option. Remove the main one stop on their turn. Oh, on my turn. Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, got it, got it. Yeah, I think we're getting into much too deep moto strats for where my brain is at right now. I like where your head is at, though. I just can't do it. Titan versus post. I mean, what's the difference? Azusa. Whoa. I have not seen Azusa out of post before. I guess I see it with the One Ring, though. You just end up drawing like a ton of extra stuff. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that Titan was a May ability. Cool. That's good to know about. All right. What is this recruiter getting? They have a bajillion mana. Yeah, it probably is Bowmaster. Just the One Ring is the only axis on which we can really beat them in a way that we aren't already. So. They're a Force of Vigor deck, right? That's probably the argument to keep Spirit, to get Bowmaster over Spirit. It might not be a good enough argument, but I think that is the main one. We haven't given them a target for Force of Vigor yet. I keep forgetting I don't have to fetch because they have Yavimaya out, but oh well. Yeah, maybe we just have to make him have the Force of Vigor. I think I'm into that. I'm willing to accept that maybe if they draw the cards, it's already too late. So just make them have a Force of Vigor in their hand right now. Yeah, maybe we did have to attack there, actually. The only problem is the race is, like, just not in our favor already, so that's kind of why. That's why I didn't at first. But I guess we can potentially trade up with this Iconjo, and maybe that's good enough. Especially once we put Yorion into our hands. The ring is also dealing them damage. That's a good point. Alright, yeah, I'm into this attack now. I was a silly coward before. I guess we don't really want to trade with anything anyway. So yeah, I'm just taking the 6. Ugh. Another Titan. Get out of here. Is it worth it to Skyclave the One Ring before we Yorion? This could draw 2 more cards. Yeah, it's drawing 1 card a turn, so they could tap it now and then tap it on our next turn. 2 extra cards kind of seems like a lot, honestly. But I'm also not sure if we actually have the time to do it. There's no point in attacking though, because they just cast the ring. So I know how much you really love the One Ring. Yeah. Yeah. I guess because I'm not attacking, they can't really attack either. So I'm just gonna keep them from drawing at least 1 extra card. Dark Depths. Okay. They do have a stage, but it doesn't matter because we have the Crocus. So now we can attack with Cauldra. Interesting choice. Yeah, so I'll blink the Cauldron, Recruiter, and the Stoneforge. I don't want to blink the Skyclave, I don't think. No. Yeah, it's not actual Death Touch. We can't kill both Titans. But the second Titan block was kind of... It's not for no reason, but like it doesn't really do anything. I want this Recruiter to get a Solitude so that we're safe from any like top deck Eldrazi. I could have killed them both with Iganjo. I don't think that's worth it, though. Tabernacle, huh? Okay. Alright. No for Kaldra. I think I put in Batterskull and let Stoneforge die. That gives me 1, 2, 3, 4 more mana, which I'm going to spend on Opposition, Spirit Agent, Yorion, and keep Caracas up. Or I guess it also the Skyclave. Ugh. This is going to take forever. Yeah, okay. I'm going to put in Batterskull. Get rid of Stoneforge. Get rid of Recruiter. Keep Yorion. I guess I have to keep Caracas untapped. So I have to let Skyclave die, but I think that's fine. Wait. No for Skyclave, yes for Spirit, yes for Opposition Agent. Toast, what are you saying? Why is everything so bad suddenly? Oh, okay. I thought you were saying no to the choices that I made. Which, honestly, may be fair, but I didn't see. I guess I probably should have attacked with Yorion. This is not a lot of time on the clock, which is annoying. Yeah, I guess attacking with Yorion was correct. Because then we'd probably have lethal next turn if we did. So I think that was probably a mistake. I'm doing my best to pass priority without just passing through something disastrous. They should have staged my Caracas. That would actually be a pretty big deal, huh? Ugh. It's hard cast dual mog, huh? What are you getting? Agents and Cauldron. Yeah, that's a big problem. They can get Glimmer Posts, but yeah, we do not have lethal. They don't have flyers. We can put Batterskull on the Yorion, but they're either gaining six off the Solitude or they're gaining some number off the Glimmer Posts. So we don't have lethal next turn regardless. I'm going to take this 6, though, because I want to give myself the best chance, I guess. Paying for all 3 of these. I guess maybe... What? Oh, okay. That. I guess I'm not paying for the spirit at this point, right? Yeah, okay. Never mind. Spirit's gone. Vista is not going to really do it. What I should do here, actually, is not fetch, because I don't need to, but I keep forgetting. Move this over. Yeah, I paid for the germ needlessly, I realize now. But now I'm going to Solitude the Ulamog and pass the turn and pray. Oh, there's no praying to do. They got Ayabugan. I didn't even notice. So I think we're just dead. But this game was like so close. I guess we didn't have to solve. We had to, because they have Ayabugan. I think there's nothing that matters, right? They like if we don't Solitude the Ulamog, then we have to once they Emrakul anyway, and we only have 1, and we're dead to both. So I think this game was pretty winnable until they top decked the Ulamog and was able to get rid of our best threat and our best lock piece. So. Yeah, I just don't see a scenario where it matters, but yeah. All right, this game's over. I'll just concede and save the time. So close to a 4-1. Sadly, yet another 3-2. Specialists, I think, only came up like once or twice, unfortunately. But it looked pretty good when we had it. I don't think I have too much more to say than that. The matchups that we played, mostly Spirit, wouldn't have been meaningfully better than Specialist. I think Specialist... I mean, we played against a ton of Delver, where Specialist is definitely better than Spirit, so... So, card seems good. I'm going to keep trying it out. I know Luna was also playing with both Sam and Ephemerate. I'm sort of interested in Ephemerate, but I didn't want to go that far tonight. Not as interested in Sam, but... was it unimpressive? I think it just... we did not encounter the card that often. The couple of times we did have it, it was pretty good. Sam hitting a land drop is better than Spirit. I would believe that. I would believe that. Yeah, once again, we didn't really encounter a matchup where we really needed Plague Engineer, so I think I'm pretty happy to have that out of the board for now. And I like having the second 3-mana removal spell of some sort. Yeah, I think I like this list. I'll probably play it mostly unchanged next week. But until then, it is bedtime for me. Yeah, Leyline came up 0 times. I think that's pretty unusual. We played against a lot of fair matchups. I am curious if this is what it's just going to be like. in which case we can get off the ley lines and onto other things. But we definitely boarded in more last week, so it might have just been a weird night. Who knows? That is something that I will keep an eye on, though. Anyway, yeah, it is bedtime for me. I'm going to give a very, very quick browse for anybody to potentially raid. And then we will be on our way. It looks like... Nah, you know, I think we're good. We're good. Thanks so much, everybody, for catching the stream as always. I stream every Thursday from starting at 8 Eastern till whenever I finish 2 leagues, pretty much. Always playing Death in Texas. Favorite deck in the world. And it'll be my favorite for the rest of time. Thank you, as always. Check out my Twitter, my Patreon, my YouTube. I upload all the VODs to YouTube if you want to check those out. Except for a couple of the recent ones because it's complicated by all the internet issues I have been having. But a lot of the previous ones are up there, as are at least one of the recent ones, and I'm working on the others right now. Thank you for watching the stream, and I hope you all have a wonderful night.